During competition. In addition, we kindly ask that you silence your phones to prevent any distractions to the athletes. This week, the field of play is the tiled area, and that tiled area includes the stairs. We ask that you do not enter the field of play for any reason, and that all spectators stay on the carpet. As a reminder, BowlTV.com is the exclusive live streaming home of the PWBA Tour. We ask that you do not live stream from your personal devices. All right, athletes, your arrows are coming up. You'll have a full set of pins. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a great big send-off for round one of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. Good luck, ladies.
You Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good everything to where you may be watching from as we bring you one more week of PWBA Tour action here on BowlTV.com, where bowling lives here. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Been pleased to be with you from Fountain Bowl in Fountain Valley, California, as the PWBA season rolls on and continues on the West Coast swing. This is event number 7 on the schedule, so officially halfway home on the PWBA Tour season. 7 of 14 events, again, and the 3rd here on the West Coast. So we're behind lanes 45, 46, 47, and 48 here on our featured pairs as we begin the day with Shannon Pluhowski, Elise Bolton, Wendy Martinez, and Haley Richard on 45 and 46. And on 47 and 48, Diana Zavialova, Suzette Draper, Lauren Pate, and Juliana Franco of Colombia. Appreciate everyone tuning in so far. We welcome you in. As always, thank you for your support of the PWBA Tour as well as BowlTV.com. Couple of early news, not news and notes, but the early items for you. In regards to live scoring, no live scoring this week, again, unfortunately. This week's lane condition, if you haven't seen it already, 37 feet with 29.385 mils. So pretty, so it's got a little volume to it, certainly. Saw some players discussing where to play. The gutter could be in play again as it was last week. We'll get into last week, and as we go along, of course, our normal round 1 recap of what took place in the previous week. can already see where you can get into some early trouble, I think, on this pattern. Some were during their early morning warm-up session saying that they may be too far left. It's maybe a situation where they're not far enough right, excuse me. Might be a situation where everyone kind of gets in pretty early. So we'll see how things will shape up here. Early rounds, let's take a look at our Bowl TV family here. Hi, Jennifer. Hello to Chris. Of course, shout out to the main man, Brent Houghton, and the Bowl TV studios. Brandon is here, along with Lester, Michelle, Jackie Lynn, Brian, Mark, Tim, Tabitha. Did I say Michelle? If not, Michelle is here. Jasmine is here. Rebecca is here. Deborah is here. Mark is here. And Nate is here. And Tony is here. And April is here. And everyone else who may or may. Kenneth is here. Appreciate that. And everyone else who is watching from home or work. Oh my. Nearly a tough break there for Shannon Pulowski. This is game 1 of 8. Aaron Smith is back with us this week after a 2-week hiatus, covering some top-level senior events in Las Vegas. Aaron is here. Curtis Von Kruger is here. USBC Hall of Famer and Director of Operations Tennille Milligan is here, along with Kathy Kavicki and Kathy Watka. Normal names that you hear, of course, on the PWBA Tour staff. Want to thank Terry Bigham for being with us here the previous 2 weeks. And of course, after this week, we go right into the U.S. Women's Open. So, I mean, literally back to back. First time that we've actually had kind of back to back in that sense, where because there is or the potential of a PTQ of the U.S. Women's Open, makes it, we'll run right up on it, if you will. That'll be at Texas Station, and it will begin on Sunday. So some quick travel plans for everyone, including us. I think it'll actually be the first time that I have been at a PWBA event and not either gone home or gone to the office. Essentially left to return somewhere and then fly to the next event. I don't know if I packed enough clothing. Now that I think about it. Ray is checking in. Appreciate that, Ray. Hey, Brian. Yeah, man. Congratulations, by the way, to all of our Canadian fans. And if they are indeed fans of the Raptors, some may not be. I'm sure most certainly are. I thought it was, going to be pretty much over just the way the series was playing. Just the actual play on the basketball court. I will say that I thought Toronto probably should have ended the series, honestly, a game ago. But they never did waver. Took the Warriors' best shot. I will say this, though. I think if Klay Thompson doesn't get hurt last night, the Warriors probably win that game, and then who knows what happens in Game 7. But great for the city of Toronto and Canada, certainly in general. bring a championship in a sport that basketball wasn't around, obviously, in Canada for quite some time. So big ups to Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady and Damon Stoudemire and Del Curry and Mo Peterson and Chris Bosch and everyone who made Toronto basketball pretty cool to watch. Hi, Nikki. Please see the chat response there from Brant. Chris, I did see that, and you are correct. And my same rule applies. It instantly brought up some things that I often talk about, so I'd be happy to have that discussion with you, or anyone really, at some point, because we wouldn't have enough time to chat about it, certainly on the air. But yeah, and what they're referencing, and we will be sharing that, of course, across our tour channel, social medias as well. We always try to time the things right so they don't get lost. Because once an event starts, it's certainly all about tour coverage. So we want to make sure everything gets its proper opportunity and time to be read. But we will be sharing that. It is available on USBC social channels as well. But a story from USBC Hall of Famer, or about USBC Hall of Famer Kim Terrell-Kearney, and current PWBA Tour rookie Jasmine Mason sharing some thoughts in regards to diversity and inclusion in our sport. I tell you, it's hard to find any better people than Kim Kearney. She is one of a kind. That's a good question. Just to let everyone know, this week we do have 5 available channels, and the way we try to put together the channels, or how we determine which lanes we're going to cover, we try to keep things as close as possible to us, and it also dictates the pairs in use from the round of 32, or excuse me, from qualifying to the round of 32, and also down to the round of 12. Obviously, or for those who don't know, Fountain Valley is a 60-lane bowling center, and so unfortunately our coverage will not allow us to make our way all the way down to the low end this week. And as we move forward into the tournament, we are in a position where we don't have to move our equipment as we get into the round of 32, and then ultimately the round of 12, and at that point we'd actually would be able to probably lose 1 or 2 items generally each week from a streaming perspective. I know that certainly it does inconvenience sometimes. You'd like to see every person, and I'm sure at some point, if the way we're going with Bowl TV, and if we continue to do what we do from an improvement perspective, the likelihood of adding more channels down the road will continue to happen. So the best thing to do would be to go to pwba.com/live, click on the pairings so you can see which bowling center, or I'm sorry, which player or players that you'd like to see will be on the featured pairs, or excuse me, on across the channels that we are streaming this week. and then you'll be able to kind of line it up and be able to watch at that point. Hey, Joan, it is available on the USBC Facebook page. And as I mentioned, we'll be sharing that also on the PWBA channels, probably at mid-block after we give you an update on what's happening here, but after round one. It also can be found directly at the undefeated.com. This pattern, I don't know what to think about it yet in regards to the lane condition. It's hard to most of the time conjure up an informed opinion after one game. But from the righty's perspective, but even from the lefty's perspective, watching Shannon, the middle certainly do hook, and especially on the fresh. That was a pretty decent shot there from Suzette Draper, and you see she looked to be in the right part of the lane, so you know, still got a matchup, speed, rev rate, etc. And DZ trying something there on the fill. Fill shots, I think, will be of utter importance this week. Looks like you can give it away a little bit, meaning giving away the 1-3 or the 1-2. Pool house, he's going to start in the 230. He's got some other scorers on the low end of the house. Sandra Gongora out the gates with 260. Valerie Bercier with 252. So some early score here on the PWBA Tour. Ooh. Shannon throwing a little surface on that field shot. Very nice game of 238 to open up things for Pluhowski. Wendy Martinez, not a bad game. One of the non-members this week. Pretty nice field overall here in the Fountain Valley Open. Haley Richard, a double. She can get in the 2-0s. Pitch that one right a little bit. All right, Elise Bolton will finish out game one. Pretty decent field shot there for Elise Bolton. She'll shoot 190, and we are off to game number 2. Appreciate everyone's early participation and tuning in as we bring you the live coverage here of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open here on Bowl TV. We'll step aside momentarily, go change out a few items, and we'll be back in a moment. Game 2 coming up next. On our feature pairs, we will have Liz Johnson, the USBC Hall of Famer, of course, Victoria Johansson from Sweden. Victoria bowling her first event of the year on tour, Christine Gill, as well as Sydney Brummett. And then we'll have Dasha Kovalova, Amanda Falk, Debbie Ayers, and Jen Higgins on 47 and 48. Back in a moment. You're watching the PWBA Fountain Valley Open here on Bowl TV. All right, back with you here for game number 2. Oh, wow. Nothing. Comes over to knock out the 6-pin there from Victoria. And then that will need to be respotted. Of course, you can find all of your scores, pwba.com/live, also the tournament information tab. That is the 3rd tab away on the side panel. Nice shot there from Dasha Kovalova. First major championship of Dasha's career and her first PWBA title all at the same time. That happened at the USBC Queens, so she won the first major of the season. Who will win the second? We'll find out on June 23rd. On CBS Sports Network. The U.S. Women's Open television finals will take place. All right. Halfway home here in game number 2. Your leader after one game is Sandra Gongor. We mentioned earlier she shot 260. Valerie Bercier shot 252. She is in second place. Jasmine Mason. Gigi is in third at plus 48. Alicia Curran back in business this week at plus 42. Shannon Puhalski at plus 38. Uraha Himiji from Japan. 2 Japan players this week. In the field, excuse me. And one additional, or maybe 2 players from Sweden. One of those players is Sandra Andersson. Of course, she was with us last week in Tucson, as well as Nina Flack. Sandra is tied for 7th with Erin McCarthy. Nina Flack right now 9th at plus 28. Brianna Kote, last week's local star, local favorite. She ended up finishing 11th. Right now, after one game, 10th here at plus 26. There is Nachimi Itakura, the other Japan representative we talked about. She's plus 13. Karen Marcano is back this week, the Venezuela national team member in the field. A couple of names you may be familiar with. Megan Straub went to Nebraska. She is bowling this week as a non-member. She's plus 9, tied with Allie Leinendecker. And I believe Allie is going to be starting her freshman season at Louisiana Tech coming up. Won junior gold a few years back, U15. So 2 non-members already in the top 32. Macy Jimenez from nearby Anaheim, California, in the top 32 right now as well. Yes, this week 82 players are in the field here. Fountain Valley, SoCal. David, we appreciate you stopping by. Speaking of Tucson, let's quickly recap for those who may have missed it. It was first of all, it was an excellent event. I want to thank Karen Bustos and her staff, really, for just an excellent event. The hospitality was certainly fantastic. And Golden Pin Lanes, for those of you who maybe didn't see it last week or did join us and could not join us, it was the final professional event at Golden Pin Lanes, an historic center. Nearly 6 decades of operation and plenty of PBA events, for example. Also hosted the USBC Championships a few times, as well as the USBC Queens. And so the PWBA was able to essentially send it out on a good note. Shannon O'Keefe won the title. It was her second of the season, and for Shannon it was title number 10, which was one of the goals she was looking to achieve on the 2019 PWBA Tour season. We saw Danielle McEwen make her second stepladder finals of the season. Maria Jose Rodriguez also made her second. Of course, Liz Colkin was making her first appearance in the stepladder this year. But she started the party off in nearly grand fashion, shooting 299, the opening match of the stepladder finals, defeating Danielle McEwen in that opening match. Liz was a 9-pin away from earning a $10,000 bonus, courtesy of GoBowling.com for a 300 game. If you follow us, of course, on CBS Sports Network and our live TV shows, you often hear when we have that moment that there is a 10K bonus available on TV, but that also applies to our Bowl TV stepladder finals. So it was certainly my pleasure. It was an honor to be in such a historic venue last week. That is one of the things that I continue to take a look at and think about, certainly, is the ability to just be in the building for certain situations, certain events. And, you know, it was certainly a bittersweet, sad moment in time, but when you think about it and talking to some of the local volunteers, for example, who essentially that's what they did. They would volunteer for professional events, and they all called it fun. They were having fun. And talked to some folks after the stepladder who, you know, for example, someone's father had the family was struggling. Someone's, you know, dad was given a job there for a little bit so the family could get back on their feet. And the gentleman was literally struggling to leave the building, and so it was one of those situations where you knew that this situation was affecting not just the bowling center staff, obviously, but those who grew up in it and were frequent patrons. So again, we appreciate and salute Golden Pin Lanes. We thank them for allowing the PWBA to add some history. Just about complete with game 2 here on 47 and 48. Nice shot by Amanda Falk, and boy, no love on a 9-pin. Speaking of 9-pins, Amanda, actually from Tucson, she bowled last week and appeared on some of the coverage of the PWBA. The local news was fantastic last week in Tucson. A couple of TV stations, a couple of newspapers came out to cover the event. So we appreciate the local media there as well. Dasha Kovalova did something last week that she hadn't done yet, and that was miss a cut. And so looking to get back on track here is Dasha. We'll go over the points list and some of the additional statistics on the PWBA Tour. Of course, Shannon's win catapulted her to into the lead in the PWBA points list. Just in front of Dasha Kovalova now, and Danielle McEwen actually moved up to third. So things starting to set up like they did last year a little bit, where all of a sudden D-Mac is in the top 3 in points. She won't say it, but I know that winning the PWBA Player of the Year is something she would like to do at some point. She was quite close, speaking of Danielle, last season. Speaking of Rocio there, Shell. Yep, she is on lane 42. And again for Ro, excellent to see her back. She is feeling better, she told me yesterday. But still some ways to go, but managing what she has to manage. She made the show here last week. What is going on with me and the word last? I've said last week in place of last year about 3 times already, and I've also done the reverse. All right, so last year, Ro made the show here along with Danielle McEwen. Brianna Cote was the top seed. I'll get it right one of these days. It's early. I want to forget about Missy Parkin. Missy was the other player to make the show last year. She was the local favorites here this week in Fountain Valley. She, of course, had a very nice local support section ongoing. Missy was the number 4 seed. Danielle McEwen was the number 3 seed. Of course, she ran the ladder, defeating Rocio Restrepo, who was the number 2 seed, and Brianna Cote, who was the number 1 seed. right, 205 for Kovalova, 185 for Debbie Ayers. Nice shot there from Amanda Falk. Amanda's thrown some really good shots. The last time you saw her, she had that tough 9-pin in frame number 9. Megan shoots 214 and 196 for Amanda Falk. Christine Gill made a cut last week. Hello, Mark. Appreciate you tuning in. Got a chance to meet Mark Collin and his wife last week in Tucson. He even gave me a very nice thank you note. I still don't know why, because I am not to be thanked, certainly. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Sid has turned some tough sledding in frames 5 and 6 into what could be potentially 212. As Johansson will finish out with a 185. All right, game 3 is on the way, folks. Speaking of Rocio, she is now on 47 and 48. So we'll get a chance to see Ro back in business here on the PWBA Tour. She is joined by Lilia Robles and Tashina Saraus. All right, so we're going to make some adjustments as we normally do, change some graphics around. And I'll be back with you momentarily. You're watching the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. Almost said Tucson. That was last week here on Bowl TV. right. All right, looks like Roe is feeling good. Not sure what you guys are discussing in the chat, but I would love to clear up any potential opportunities for misinformation. So please let me know which event you guys are talking about. The U.S. Women's Open will be on Bowl TV from start to finish, minus the TV finals, which will be on CBS Sports Network. The only event that is on the PWBA schedule that would be on Flow would be the PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. Well, a couple of 9 pins left. One by a lefty, one by a righty on lane 48. There's Caitlin Simpson. I mentioned last week that Caitlin, now a PWBA member, traveling with her parents as well as Blake and Adam, the Bowling Doodles. I guess you guys are referring to the Senior Open or the Senior U.S. Open in that sense, Keith. And if that is the case, I believe the Senior Open is on Flow. We did have the Super Senior Classic and the Senior Masters on Bowl TV. And to be fair, I am not, or I do not know how those things are determined, certainly. But we do appreciate you tuning in here on Bowl TV. Thank you for watching. Liz Colkin, your reigning U.S. Women's Open champion. Mentioned Liz shot 299 in the step ladder last week. Rocio gave that one away. It peels, and boy, not enough. 2-4-8-10. Liz had everyone on the bit of an edge, but a good one. Everyone kind of rallying behind her last week to shoot 300. It was fun to be a part of that. I've seen that on TV though. You know, last year Liz Johnson had the front nine in Columbus, but I was in the TV truck, so I didn't really feel the energy in the actual building. But kind of being right there, obviously calling it when Liz was looking to shoot 300. Well, how about that? That was really something. It's a pleasure to have Stephanie Johnson in the booth while that was ongoing. Would have been the first 300 on TV since 2001. And Liz Johnson was there. That was, I believe it was in Davie, Florida. Actually, last year at the U.S. Women's Open, which was in Orlando. One of the local writers from the Sentinel, the Orlando Sentinel, came by actually to kind of discuss that with Liz. It's actually right around 9/11, which made it even more emotional in that sense. Of course, Cara Honeychurch from Australia shot 300, I believe, the same year. And then 1997. Michelle Feldman, first player to shoot 300 on national television on the PWBA tour. By the way, I went back and scrolled up the chat. Appreciate everyone's kind words after I talked about Mark's thank you note and his wife, the Hollands. Of course, the offer is extended to all of the good folks of Bowl TV. If you see me at an event, please say hello. The only thing I would say is if you happen to see me working, as in A, if the headset's on, or B, I've putting up tripods and running cables and all of those kind of things, and I may have a different look on my face that just doesn't seem to be the happiest of looks. It's not that I'm unhappy, I'm just in work mode. Chris Pulliam saw me in work mode, but it was the first event, and I knew it was Chris, so I was nice to him. Right in our immediate viewing range, as you guys mentioned, is possible the six-bagger. Daria Payong to our left, struggling just to touch this game. Got a couple of opens. That was her first strike in the seventh. She is over on 43 and 44. Roberta Van, former collegiate player, went to Cal State Fullerton. Yeah, Chris, I would say that's in Neil's announcements. Please do not ask for autographs during competition. And all of a sudden, this left lane presenting a few hiccups for Rocio. Last two opens for Rowe have been 2-4-8-10 and 2-4-10, both on the left lane. So she'll need to make a significant move here on lane 47. She will finish on 47. That's a good story though, Chris. That's one of those here's what you don't do situations that you can tell. Missy Parkin, you may hear some applause off in the distance. Talked about Missy being local from Laguna Hills, California. Met a nice local resident last night while still working on a few items. He was getting some practice in, and he was asking about the format and how things worked. And he was scheduled to bowl the Bowl with the Pro, which this week is on Saturday night after the stepladder finals. And he said, I just hope I get a chance to bowl with my coach. And when I've learned anyone who says that in this area is generally talking about a couple of people, but if they're certainly bowling with Bowl with the Pros, then they're talking about Missy Parkin. Missy with a few, and her husband Drew, course, with a few pro shop businesses in the area. Missy gives lessons here as well. See about 20 miles away here. Well, Giselle Poss is going to be in the 260s here in game number 3. Let's take a look at the standings. We haven't done that in a while. So let us not deprive you if you haven't already seen what's going on after a couple of games. Talked about Jasmine Mason, went 248, 242 in the early lead at plus 90. Valerie Bercier second at plus 65. Sandra Gongor third at plus 53. A tie for fourth with Shannon Pluhowski and Clara Guerrero at plus 52. Rocio was plus 48. And now Rowe bitten by the split bug here in game 3. 32nd right now, -1. That belongs to Amanda Falk after a couple of games. Carolyn Dorn Ballard, USBC Hall of Famer, is in the field this week. Keep an eye on CDB's progress throughout. One thing we've learned about the PWBA Tour, besides the players being great, is things can change drastically from rounds 1 to 2. Both from a lane play perspective. Nice shot there from Virginia Young, and quietly, Virginia Young can get into the 250s here with one more strike. Young, one of the local players here from Vista, California. According to Google, about 64.5 miles away. That is where Vista, California is. Nicely done. That's a nice game and a big game here for Virginia. And she started out 140, 170. So she's going to make a nice jump. That certainly should help the confidence, get the swing loose. Missy Parkin shoots 245. Roberta Van went to Cal State Fullerton. She was actually a teammate of Missy Parkin at Cal State Fullerton. In the early 2000s, she competed there from the 2001, 2002 season, 02-03, and 03-04. It did not end well for Rocio. I tell you, you see that sometimes. I mean, it just goes to show, you know, how quickly lanes change, especially on what they're bowling on this week, and that's really with any sport pattern. It could be a house shot, and you're going to experience certainly some transition. It may not be as drastic as what some of the players see kind of weekly here on the PWBA Tour. But, you know, I'd like to think that certainly some transition had something to do with that, of course. Sorry about that, young Brant. Let me tell you what I do to Brant every week, folks. Every week, especially with round one, I do, you know, pull up Bowl TV and, you know, monitoring things on my end and everything else. And I always forget to open up our messaging platform that Brant and Aaron and whoever else is working with us uses to communicate. And every week, Brant's got to ask me to open up Slack. I'm sorry, Brant. But it's kind of like a traditional thing now at this point. Because if I start doing it correctly, then all of a sudden he's going to think something's wrong with me. And then, of course, the other part of that is Brant has probably, or he did send us this week's kind of event plan. And then I go and look for that, so I didn't save it. So it's just me being, you know, the talent. You know, talent gets the bad rap, right? They're hard to deal with, those talented individuals. So Brant's got to deal with me. I'm sorry, Brant. However, I am ready for that, and I'm going to start reading it right now because our good friends at the PBA have been doing some cool things, of course. And the PBA League returns to Bayside Bowl July 16th through the 18th live on FS1. Will this be the year the hometown Portland Lumberjacks take home the title? Be sure to watch all the action live and in prime time starting at 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, July 16th. Again, that is the PBA League. Returning to the Bayside Bowl July 16th through the 18th, and it will be live on FS1. Brand knows he's my main man. We appreciate him and all of his hard work and diligence. We do wear many hats, all of us do. And that's just part of what we do here on the PWBA Tour. I will say that some days we get off the ground running better than others. Sometimes we're, as we say, right up against it. Where, you know, you're working on, it could be last minute bandwidth situations, whatever it may be. But those are the things that you never see. And so that's a good thing, because if we get on the air prior to the start of competition, it was a successful day. That's all that matters at the end of it. Liz Johnson had a chance to shoot 280. But she left at 2.8 on lane 52. And we're open in the 10th for Liz, so she gets to 246. By the way, we're moving on to game number 4. Julia Bond has joined us, and she opens with a 10-pin here on lane 47. Danica Heekin and Nellie Blomquist and Birgit Poplar. Over on 45 and 46. Kelly Kulik, Verity Crawley. Ashley Galante. And Brittany Koletsny from San Diego. That's actually one thing I didn't realize. San Diego is only about 90 minutes away from where we are. Irvine is about 12 minutes. I actually remember once live streamed a basketball event, I believe an AAU event in Irvine, and it's a really nice area. It's hard to imagine seeing just a terrible place to be at when you have the beach next to you. Might try to stop on by, see if I can see a little of the ocean before we leave this week. All right, everyone seems to be in game 4 at this point. Nice shot there for Poplar. Saw some folks have some trouble on this left lane, and maybe this pair in general. But, Berget likes to see it go left to right a little bit. You wasn't quite sure what that one was going to do. It just kind of floated and floated and floated. Saw the end of the pattern red. All right, we got a new leader after 3 games of competition. It is Valerie Bercier. And Val now at plus 113. Gigi Mason now at plus 76. Caitlin Simpson is third at plus 67. Verity Crawley is fourth at plus 53. Shannon Pluhowski fifth at plus 52. Missy Parkin has moved into sixth now at plus 45. Josie Barnes is seventh at plus 43. Elise Bolton is eighth at plus 42. Allie Leinendecker, non-member, is in ninth at plus 40. Macy Jimenez is 10th. G2, a non-member, at plus 36. Clara Guerrero is 11th, or tied for 11th, excuse me, with Sandra Gongora at plus 31. Sydney Brummett, 13th, at plus 29. Liz Johnson tied for 14th at plus 28. Alicia Current is 16th at plus 26. 32nd right now is plus 2. Very nice shot there from Kolatsny. Seeing some of the non-members. We got some young players bowling this week as well. You can tell Brittany's put in some hard work. Very solid game. A lot of times it doesn't take you more than a couple shots to really kind of key in on a player and some of the things that they might be good at. The key to look for really is just the foundation and the fundamentals, because bowling certainly is about fundamentals. And if you've got a good sound fundamental base, you can go a long way. And that's not to say that those who do not start out with good fundamentals cannot add them to their game or improve upon them, because you certainly can. It doesn't matter how you got to that fundamental base. All that matters is that you obtain it. Kelly Kulik nearly made the stepladder finals last week in Tucson. She did shoot 300 last week. There were 300 games last week. Valerie Bercier in round 2 of qualifying. Kelly Kulik opened up the round of 12 with a 300 game. Sydney Brummett shot hers in the round of 32. Kulik last week finished 8th. I'm just peeking in on the chat. Most recent messages from many of you. Some good discussions about former residences in Southern California. Now we're talking about food. I do need to visit Roscoe's though, because you just have to do that. I understand that there are a few locations. Sorry about that, folks. Hey, we'll appreciate you tuning in, by the way, and thanks for your shared thoughts. We try to cover as many lanes as we can. With what we have, so we basically try to cover 4 lanes per channel. A lot of interesting SoCal stories you guys are sharing. And certainly this is not my neck of the woods, so to speak. So when you guys speak about where you used to live, I certainly will listen. I know in my time here, it's hard not to like Southern California. The weather is generally solid, if not downright spectacular. You have beach access, generally speaking. Every time I go to fly into Southern California, whether it's literally connecting at LAX for continued travels or, you know, whatever it may be, I always get this kind of calming feeling over myself where I just go, maybe it's how those who move here to pursue careers in, you know, the Hollywood, movie business, music, whatever it is. And they fly in, I'm sure, thinking, hey, this is my opportunity. I've got a chance to do something special. And that's kind of how I feel every time I fly here. Maybe it's just my own mentality, and that's kind of how I view myself. As someone still with a lot of goals and some things to obtain in life. Or maybe it's just the sun, generally, that is shining when you land and you go, man, okay, I see why people move here and try to chase their dreams, if you will. The last 2 or 3 times I get on the phone, I call the wife and I go, hey, you know, honey, I flew into LAX today, and or she'll call me, yo, how's that LAX? Oh, well, you know, it was sunny. Ray, is a good question on the lane condition. It is 37 feet this week. That is the distance. And 29.385 milliliters of oil. You can check the graph at pwba.com/live on the tournament's schedule page, of course. If you look at the graph and you look at kind of what's happening on the lanes, you can see why some players are still wanting to keep in mind that there might be some area to the right. But you see someone like Verity Crawley, who certainly can get left and likes to be a little bit left. Now, obviously, we are in the game 4, and there's been some games. We saw some significant transition. Just thinking about Rocio and some of the splits she started to leave late, and I believe it was game 3. Appreciate Don checking in, by the way. That's a good story there, Don. Looks like we've got the front 9. Front 9 on 35 and 36 from Pamela Alvarez. Let's see. Of course, 35 and 36 just outside our viewing range. Well, last week I did a little IG live when 300s took place, so I'm going to see how good my internet is. It's a little tough. We'll see what we can. I might try to go live down there if we can. So I will leave you kids momentarily and go log on to PWBA Tour Instagram as we go live briefly here for Pamela Alvarez's 300 attempt here in Game 4. Be right back. 267 for Pamela Alvarez. All right, Julia Bond puts a couple in the 10th down, and she will head to the bag. Look for a few different pieces. Excuse me, a different piece of equipment. All right, Birgit now with 3 in a row. I believe Birgit's got some family here with her this week. Wasn't a bad shot there on the fill for Verity. Obviously looking for something here as she shoots 171. Danica Heekin through the nose for Danica in the 10th frame. Bond shoots 214. And now Poplar's going to be in the 230s. Kulich. Kelly rolling with Pac-Man this week on the classic jerseys. I think Craig Elliott Greg joined me last week. He was. We were talking about Kelly's jersey repertoire, some of the classic video games she was going with. .237 for Poplar. Nelly shoots a 160. Nicely done for Kulik. And she'll have a fill shot opportunity as well. All done on 47 and 48. Nice game from Brittany. 2-0-5. Young player, 45 and 46 will move over to 47 and 48. As we move into game number 5. All right, Tanya Raumemper, Jordan Richard, Stephanie Zavala, and Stephanie Martins on 45 and 46. All right, folks, game 5 underway. Don't forget, if you cannot get enough bowling, which I know you can't, you better be listening to the Out of Range podcast featuring Tony Franklin, Derek Hartnell, and Matt McFadden as they talk about everything on the lanes and off with some of the game's biggest stars stopping by each week. Again, that is the Out of Range podcast. You can find it on bowl.com or bowltv.com, /backstage. Again, bowltv.com/backstage. I believe Out of Range now to 7 episodes. If you are just tuning in, you're watching the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll be here with you throughout. This is game 5 of 8 here on Bowl TV this morning. Now into the afternoon. All right, good spare there for Raumemper. That is not the easiest, certainly. Back half of round number 1. Ashley Galante has had some really good moments so far here in 2019. Talked about Galante a little bit last week, just in the sense of working to get to that next level. And she cashed in Cleveland, finished 27th, 28th in the Twin Cities, missed the cut in Lincoln and the Queens, and then just missed the round of 12 in Sonoma County and 21st last weekend in Tucson. So the continued push to reach that next level for Galante. We get a chance to watch it week in and week out here. You know, a few seasons ago, it was to push to make the round of 32 each week, where she would finish just a few pins out of the round of 32, for example. Now it's, all right, she's got a pretty good lock in regards to the round of 32, for example, and now it's looking to make the moves to get to the round of 12. So the continued steps in the process. How to become really a great player here on tour. It's not obviously the easiest thing. Here again, Poplar gets the 7 and the 10 to fall. Over on lane 49, that's an early 3-bagger for him here to get. Let's take a look at our latest standings after 4 games. Valerie Bercier is in the lead still at plus 89. Gigi Mason, Jasmine now after the hot start. She's on 186, 195, plus 71. For Gigi, Daria Payonk is now in third at plus 70. Caitlin Simpson fourth at plus 63. Josie Barnes is tied for fifth with Rocio Restrepo at plus 57. Kelly Kulik seventh at plus 56. Birgit Poplar is eighth at plus 53. Caroline Lagrange back in business this week. She is in ninth at plus 52. Alicia Curran is 10th at plus 48. 32nd. Well, it's actually a tie for 30th. 3 players tied for or at plus 7. Tanya Raumemper, Jen Higgins, and Lindsay Boomershot. Oh, wow. What a nice break there for Jay Rich. That's 3 in a row for Jordan. Take a look at Stephanie Zavala, the Sam Houston State product. Collegiate standout, former junior team and Team USA member. And amateur champion. Nice shot there from Zavala. So she's now in the mix with a double. Let's see, a lot of players have made a significant jump left. From the looks of it, and although we've had some success from many players, some pretty solid games, the lanes might be starting to open up just a little bit more. Starting to see a few more strings. Interesting, just heard someone say while they're watching, they're kind of visually practicing. Kind of watching how the PWBA players kind of handle business. Of course, many of you often talk about how you learn some items. Learn watching from best players in the world. Donald pairings are set randomly. for specifically for qualifying. They're different for the round of 32. For example, get 1, 2, and 32 will cross with each other, then 3, 4, 31, etc. Sounds like it is giveaway time, according to Mr. Houghton. Diana Zavialova is the tie for 24th currently at plus 20. Hi, Patricia. How are you? And or her dad. It could be Trevor. But hello to the family nonetheless. All right, so for those of you who may be new to Bowl TV, we do often have some giveaways that we like to interact certainly with our viewers to reward you for being an avid fan and viewer of Bowl TV. There will be an opportunity in the bottom lower third of your screen to submit entry. You just have to click where it says submit your entry. It'll say submit entry to be exact. So once the countdown is complete, click submit entry and you will be entered into the giveaway. All winners are selected at random. And then Mr. Houghton will coincide with the marketing department and get you all squared away with your prize. If should you win it, it will be the I think we've got a PWBA prize pack for you this week, or at least right now, I should say. Excellent shot there from Crawley. Verity's still trying to find something that is a bit consistent. Came back to have a quick chat with one of the EBI reps, Sean Ryan. Mr. Jones, Rafa Jones. Hope we said that correctly. Or it could be Rafe, it could be Rafa, like the tennis player, not sure. But nonetheless, congratulations. You have yourself a PWBA prize pack. Be on the lookout for some communication via email to get you all set and ready to go, and so we can send you a prize pack. Nice early round, or early day, I should say, giveaway. What time is it? Oh, it's not noon yet here on the West Coast. I'm doing well. We've got another week of PWBA action. And that is more than enough for me. We'll have another round of qualifying, as you well know, this evening. 8 additional tonight. Round of 32 will begin at 8 a.m., or excuse me, at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. On Saturday, Danielle McEwen is your defending champion here at the Fountain Valley Open. We had a chance to sit down with D-Mac yesterday, and we'll have that available for you. Bowl TV Central podcast this week on Backstage channel on bowltv.com later today. Last year, Danielle won the event on Mother's Day. And her mom was not able to attend, as her grandmother at the time was a little bit under the weather. So they both watched it via the live stream, of course, on Bowl TV last year. Speaking of Danielle's mom and grandmother, and certainly dedicated that win to them this year. Well, it's Father's Day. Father's Day coming up on Sunday. Early happy Father's Day to all of you wonderful fathers out there, grandfathers and uncles and brothers, anyone who has played the role. Certainly, it's a difficult one to fill. So we appreciate those who are doing their best. But GMAC now got to win it for the dads out there. Galante, let's see where Galante is right now. Well, that's not what we're looking for. Ashley is at -20. So this is a big game for her because the way the scores are currently, with 32nd only being +7 right now. She's got a chance to move into the number, potentially stay there. She is able to capitalize on this look that she has right now. Of course, pair to pair, lane to lane can be tricky in any building. I expect that certainly to be the same here in Fountain Bowl. That's just the way it is with bowling centers. There's generally some differences. Pair to pair, house to house. This is a 60-lane facility. So the high end may play different certainly than the low end, the middle of the house, etc. Someone asked about the U.S. Women's Open. Will I be there? Yes, I will be there all week. Wow. Goodness gracious. 4-9 there for Verity. What looked like a solid shot here. All right, let's see if Ashley Galante can continue this momentum. 9 spare, 6-bagger. She steps up here in the 9th frame. All right, gets out of trouble. And just a 2-pin to deal with as we watch Jordan Richards, or Richard, I beg your pardon. That might be the first time I've ever made that mistake. And that's such an easy one to make. I hear it all the time. People put an S on Jordan and Haley's last name. Birgit Poplar now. She has gone 4-bagger, split 7-2 in the 5th, and then another 4-bagger. And Ellie Blomquist starting to find it over there on 49 and 50 as well. You can check that pair out if you'd like. So Blomquist can get to the 250s with one more strike in the 10th. Goletsny, nice shot. 235 for Raumemper, 211 for Jordan Richard. Verity still working hard here. A lot of strikes here on 47, 48, 49, and 50. We've got some strings. Mentioned the Nelly Blomqvist. Just 10 back for a Nelly 258. Player from Sweden. Spent some time at Weber International. Zavala. Strike, first one in the 10th frame, and now Galante with a strike with one in the 10th already. Looking to get in the 250s. And a 7-pin. Right, 247 for Galante. By the way, appreciate that, Chris. Oh, nicely done for Poplar. She left the 248-10 in the 10th frame and spared it. And 9 or better, she'll be in the 240s. A couple of players trying to make some moves here in game 5. Leslie shoots 213, former collegiate player at Robert Morris, Illinois. to game number 6. Carolyn Doran Ballard, USBC Hall of Famer. Laura Plazas, Jackie Evans, and Summer Jasmine on 45 and 46. I saw something about cookies. I don't know who that's directed to, but oatmeal raisin? Snickerdoodles? Sugar cookies? All right, Carrie Smith, Josie Barnes, Aaron Zupinski, and Karen Marcano on 47 and 48. Yeah, I don't really discriminate on cookies. I do not like chocolate chip though. And I know that's weird for many people to hear such things. Chocolate, it tends to give me headaches, so I don't eat it a lot. I don't know if it's an allergy or what. But yeah, chocolate tends to give headaches. So definitely it's weird, I can taste the chocolate chips and cookies, almost an instant headache. However, if chocolate is mixed with something, as in like the base of whatever it is, whatever pastry it is, can't be just chocolate. If it's some kind of candy bar or something like that, Snickers, Butterfinger, etc., I'm generally good. Can't overdo it. If it's a Hershey's, anything straight chocolate, Hershey's Kisses, no. And I've always been a fan of oatmeal raisin. That was my mom's favorite cookie. congrats to not only to Patricia's dad, but those who have served, continue to serve this wonderful country of ours, especially in the Army. And all of our armed forces. I got a good friend actually who has served now, what, 15 years, I believe it is, in the U.S. Navy. Actually, Ashley Scott, those of you who may be familiar, she bowled our opening stop this year at Cleveland. She is in the U.S. Navy as well. We did a nice quick piece on her. That's available, bowl.com/backstage. A lot of baked goods discussions going on here. I'll say this about baked goods. Sydney Brummett's mom, Mrs. Brummett, makes a mean snickerdoodle. Yeah, I would say, Jennifer, please feel free to make those cookies, as Aaron Smith just alluded to, while I will not be in attendance. I'm sure the rest of the crew would enjoy such delicacies. Nice spare to our left. Lindsay Boomershine picking up the old PBA washout. Brianna Cote has started with the front four. She is on 43 and 44. Looks like we may have had a minor breakdown or some level of delay. Down on 55 and 56 as they are just got done with game 5. So that means we should have a score update for you momentarily. Laura Plazas. Big double coming up. Take a look at the schedule and get PWBA schedule for the remainder of the year. Of course, next week the U.S. Women's Open. And then there is a mini break for about a month or so. Next event would be the Lucy, the PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event. And then our 3 elite events in August, beginning August 1st with the East Hartford Open, which will take place in East Hartford, Connecticut, followed by the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open in Louisville, Kentucky, and then the Bowlerex.com PWBA Orlando Open, which will be at Boardwalk Bowl, site of last year's U.S. Women's Open. Then the World Bowling Women's Championships taking place really the final 10 days or just about the last portion of August. So many of our players will be participating and representing their respective countries, looking for gold medals, especially in the team event. And then September we'll see the Cubica AMF PWBA Players Championship from September 3rd through the 8th, and then the granddaddy of them all, the PWBA Tour Championship from September 15th through the 18th at Richmond Raceway in Richmond, Virginia. By the way, there is a mid-game update or mid-round update if you'd like to check that out on the PWBA social channels. Brianna Cote with 7 out of 8. She is over on 43 and 44. Well, a bit of a weak 10 there for Summer Jasmine. For Summer this year, it's been a little bit of a struggle for Summer. Cashed in the Twin Cities and the Lincoln Open. We're trying to find her groove a little bit here before we get into the second major of the season. Brianna Cote and a chance to put up 270 plus on the board. Looks like we had a front 9 attempt by Erin McCarthy. And on the low end of the building, she ended up shooting 266. Excellent shot there for Carrie Smith now. Nice double here for Smith. Carrie back out on tour this week. Missed an event or two after the Queens. Oh, she had a very, very nice week. Chat about the Tour Championship. Uptown Alley was the site of the first Tour Championship held in Richmond in 2016. Good break there for Barnes. That is a very nice bowling center. Pretty cool stuff what they do in the upstairs portion and downstairs. Really cool restaurant as well. As far as the Raceway is concerned, and I'm not sure of what the festivities certainly will look like this year as of yet, but I know that there were a few fan fest opportunities kind of centered around the NASCAR event, but they were open to the public inside the bowling venue, the old Dominion building. So there were some fans who were watching bowling certainly early in the week, watched the show, and then came back during the Fan Fest and participated. In fact, we had some players participate in the Fan Fest as well. For those of you interested in watching Danielle McEwen, she is currently on 39 and 40, which is available. Then she will be on 45 and 46, which is available. Then she will be on 53 and 54, which is available. Ooh. Wow, what a shot that was from Carolyn Doran-Ballard. It was so good, the 8-pin thought about staying up. Wow, what a shot. Goodness gracious. Lauda has continued her performance here in the 6-bagger. Brianna Cote, great time to leave a 7-10. She shoots 277 in game 6. Aaron Zaprinsky. A lot of folks bowling this week, because you know, it's a good chance to check out Southern California, certainly. But with the quick turnaround to the U.S. Women's Open, it's a kind of a good way, if you will, to get two events in one. Many players will be competing in the PTQ as well on Sunday. All right, CDB has set up the 10th frame nicely. Let's take a look at that scoreboard update, by the way. Uh-oh. I'll have to do the old clear the cache. Valerie Bercier is still leading, though, as you can tell on the ticker. frame there in the 10th for Zuprinsky. And certainly left a few pins out there here in Game 6. One more for 268 for Plazas. That one right through the nose. So CDB now with a definitely a spirit of May trying to get to 2-0. All right, so the majority of our players are in Game 7. As I mentioned in the previous game that there was something that took place that caused a delay, specifically on 55 and 56. So I want to thank Aaron Smith, Kathy Walker back there, updating us with scores. The new file has a combination of 6 game totals as well as 5 game totals for some players. All right, Caroline Lagrange back with us this week on the PWBA Tour. Here's Danielle McEwen, your defending champion. Jolene Plain Force. From Sweden, Allie Leinendecker. Also on this pair, 47 and 48 to Alicia Current. Your leader, Valerie Bercier, Sandra Andersson of Sweden, and Pamela Alvarez. Bercier able to chop the 10 out. Excellent shot earlier from Alicia Current, too. And D-Mac here with an uncharacteristic start. A couple of splits, and then the chop 7 count you just saw. McEwen, as we talked about, our advanced story for this week's event, and we'll talk about it again, or briefly mention it on this week's Bowl TV Central podcast. Leinendecker earlier. She's going to Louisiana Tech. She will begin her collegiate career in a few months. Coach Matt Nantis is actually here watching. Mila Alvarez had the front 9 earlier. Ended up shooting 267. It looks like our standings are full through 6 games. And your new leader is Dasha Kovalova, who shot 277. In game number 6. 256, 277, last 2 games for Dasha. Continuing on with the standings. Valerie Bercier second at plus 117. Juliana Franco from Colombia made 2 shows in her PWBA career. Not a member this year at plus 113. Gigi Mason fourth at plus 111. I feel that Gigi's been in the top 5 throughout the day. Sydney Brumman is fifth at plus 106. Sid had another good week last week in Tucson, as did Brianna Cote, her tour roommate, who is sixth at plus 104. Rocio Restrepo is seventh at plus 98. Aaron McCarthy is 8th at plus 91. Laura Plazas 9th at plus 85. Lauren Pate is 10th at plus 83. Lilia Robles is 32nd at plus 14. This cut number continues to move on up. Excellent shot from Sandra Anderson. You see a little of little surface there for Anderson. Looked like able to control the mids a little bit and still be left. She is 15th, speaking of Anderson, at plus 69. In front of the 9 pin. And Val comes back and just takes a nice deep breath. So we do have some, excuse me, as you mentioned, or as you know at this point, a brief delay. So we'll keep you updated on what's happening as best as we can. I would tell you to certainly already consider the Game 8 update. In a rare situation that we may go off the air, although it's since it is round 1, and more than likely 55 and 56 will definitely be the last pair to complete Game 8. You'll be able to watch the that final few frames over on channels 53 through 56. Good shot there from D-Mac. Danielle very good at just about managing the emotions during some struggle periods. She talked a lot about having short-term memory, for example, which was key for her after her early Cleveland struggles, where she missed the cut for the first time in 19 events, 19 singles events specifically. Folks, you guys are mentioning Gigi, of course, in the top 5. She's 4th currently. She can get to 279. She is over on 41 and 42. On that same pair, Shannon O'Keefe can shoot 278. Gigi got the first one in the 10th. She had the expression as if she may have gotten that one a little bit left and it held. Either way. That's a strike on the board. Excellent shot there from Jolene. Well, we'll be interested to see how the players kind of describe what they saw in round number 1. Danielle had to get a pin at it, so she can now shoot the 6-7. This will be one that D-Mac will have to put away in the short-term memory category. But always something to learn about. So she'll be looking obviously to finish this game as best as she can. Let's see what D-Mac continues to do here. Threw a good shot last time up on 46. Wow. Well, good thing Alicia Curran is leaving that pair. Nicely done. See D-Mac opening up at the angles. Getting left here. Anderson is going to be in the 270s. And for Sandra, again at 15th coming in at plus 69. She will be in triple digits. All of a sudden, plus 146 could get you in the top 10. We'll see what happens. You see a few scores. We talked about GG. Shannon shot 240. 240 plus, that is. So still a few scores to talk about. Speaking of Shannon O'Keefe at plus 44 entering this game, game 7. Caroline Lagrange, 16th at plus 60 after 6 games. Well, the left lane, after D-Mac ended up making some moves, and you saw what she was able to produce on the right lane. The left lane, not the same results. Lagrange finished with 182, by the way, and didn't bowl Sonoma or Tucson. She bowled the first 4 events of the year, cashed in 3 of those. And already looking good for the round of 32. Decker shot 204, by the way. And to my most recent understanding now, got some information that Allie started school a little bit early. She graduated early and started her Louisiana Tech academic career certainly a little bit early as well. It's always got to help. Start college a little bit early, 146 for McEwen. We're on to game number 8. I was told that there a little bit of some separation between the high end where we are and the low end, I think, in regards to who's going to finish first. So by that count, I'd imagine that the low end might be finishing first. Or it could be the opposite. Those who had to make the flip. Unless we'll have Giselle Poss, Missy Parkin, Adriana Mazik, and Amanda Fry on 45 and 46. Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm looking at round 2. Round 1. We'll have Camilla Dahmers-Nadal, Erin McCarthy, Angelimar Beasley, and Megan Straub. Coach Straub is here. That is, Megan is the daughter of Bill Straub, the longtime legendary Nebraska coach. He and his wife are here watching Megan. And on 47 and 48, we'll have Johanna Puentes from Colombia, along with Clara Guerrero and Stephanie Schwartz, who, of course, as you see right now. All right, this is game 8 for these respective for this respective pair, I should say. I think there were some additional happenings that have prevented the pair, or the group, I should say, to be on 45 and 46 to be here at this moment. Part of our troubles here on some of our pairs and some of the discrepancies and delays, etc. Had a couple breakdowns. Looks like 37 and 38. And a good thing we're in the final game. Looks like those players who were going to bowl game 8 on 37 and 38 now out of play. Nonetheless, we've got bowling on 47 and 48, as well as 43, 44. Appreciate everyone, though, for everyone checking in, those who have remained with us. I have to figure out what's happening to make sure. It's 47 and 48, obviously in the 10th frame, so want to make sure that we have some bowling for you. All right, looks like 45 and 46 will now get underway. And I'm essentially guessing that whatever was going on 37 and 38 certainly has now affected some of the scoring in regards to the names moving properly. And so Aaron McCarthy will be letter A. Camilla Dahmers Nadal will be letter C. Appreciate that, Mark. As we try to take into account what else is happening here in Bowl TV. All right, so since the 7-game update is available, Gigi Mason is in the lead at plus 176. Right now, Gigi with an open in the 7th frame. She is on 49 and 50. Well, we remember we watched D-Mac bowl on this pair. Speaking of 45 and 46, watched Jolene Plainford's bowl on this pair, and the middles on this pair, specifically the right lane, seem to be. Well, no, actually, no. The right lane seemed to work well for both players. It was the left lane that presented Danielle some trouble. All right, back to our update. Nice out there from Straub. Sandra Anderson at plus 145 in second. Dasha Kovalova third at plus 143. Missy Parkin is fourth at plus 138. Brianna Cote is fifth at plus 137. Valerie Bercier is sixth at plus 129. Erin McCarthy is seventh at plus 126. Ashley Galante is eighth at plus 122. Liana Franco is ninth at plus 111. Sydney Brumman is 10th at plus 106. Camilla Dahmers right now at minus 109. All right, for those of you who have hung in there, we've had some delays that obviously have delayed scoring, and in this case, obviously player movement. So Megan Straub now coming out with the front four. All right, Gigi can finish at 198. So at worst, she could lose just 2 pins. At worst. The only, our issue right now, of course, is we don't know if she will be the leader because of how scattered everyone is in terms of pace. I tell you, there's nothing worse than interviewing someone who is not the leader. And not that, you know, it's a huge deal, a big deal, certainly. But you want to make sure you have it right and present any potential awkwardness, although round 1 it won't be too much of a deal. But it's the principle of it, if you will. You like to give that player their just due. Shannon O'Keefe, Stone 8, to end her round 1 block at 2:01. $197 for Jasmine Mason. Gigi Mason, 197. So she is going to be in the books at plus 173. She could be passed by many people, including Sandra Anderson or Dasha Kovalova or Missy Parkin for that matter. Megan Straub now with the front 5. Let's see where Megan is. Megan at plus 31 and a tie for 26th. Camilla Dahmers, I'd have to imagine that for Dahmers, if she was able to bowl close to a full season, I think she would be able to kind of get into a nice groove, a nice rhythm, because she is immensely talented. To our left, Diana Zavjalova shoots 210. She's at Draper 167. Lauren Pate is in the 230s. She's got a 7-pin to take care of, and she'll be at 234. She will remain at 233. All right, Megan Straub, the All-American from Nebraska. Parents are here. That's a little left. And she trips a 4. All right, Straub now with the front 6. So after, what was it? A minimal lengthy delay. That's an oxymoron. Straub has started with the front 6 here on 45 and 46. Nicely done for Dahmers. Camilla would certainly love a great game to end this block on. Nicely done. You saw Erin, and she had the front nine earlier today, but just couldn't get the ball right. Just couldn't get to the spot where she was looking for. May have even made a ball change there. And great shot. After Straub struck in the 7th. Got another one in the 8th. All right, Straub looking for the front 8. That looks good. Quality shot there from Beasley. Just getting word that it's very, very possible that Missy Parkin could end up being your round 1 leader. Open frame there for this one is going to end up being a good game here for McCarthy. Camilla will be in the 2 teens. All right, 217 for Camilla Dahmers. McCarthy will be in the 230s. This will turn into a pretty solid pair in game 8. So earlier I thought it was going to be the low end of the building that was going to finish first. Instead, I was wrong about that, as Aaron was alerting me to. They are going to finish last somehow. But we got through it. We got through round number 1. There were a few items to take a look at, but we got through it. And despite that that open frame in the 8th, Megan Straub missed a 10-pin. She has been excellent here in game number 8. Pocket 7-10 on the 10th frame for Jelmar. Those are never fun and never kind, especially and really at any point, obviously. When you're trying to make a run and haven't had any good things happen for you for the majority of the day, that really puts a damper on the day. Craig and I were talking about how kind of no matter where you are in the standings, game 8 or the final game of any block could give you some hope, some emotional lift. Nice game by Megan Straub, 266. When you leave pocket 7-10s in the 10th frame, yeah, that just doesn't work out well. Just does not work out well. All right, good people of Earth, we had some breakdowns, we had some delays, but we made it through round number 1 of live coverage here, the Fountain Valley Open, and it looks like everything on our high end where we are, except for the final lanes, 53, 54, 55, and 56, are complete. So if you'd like to watch a little additional bowling, be sure to check out lanes 53 through 56. Having said that, I will take this opportunity to see if we need some additional help and assistance elsewhere. Round number 2 will begin at 5 p.m. local, which is 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time on Bowl TV. Again, 5 p.m. Pacific local time, 8 p.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV. Again, lanes 53 to 56 will take you home. 10th frame on 53 and 54, and 9th frame on 55 and 56. If you're curious, Pamela Alvarez, Valerie Bercier, Sandra Anderson, and Alicia Current on 55 and 56. Allie Leinendecker, Jolene Plainfors, Caroline Lagrange, and Danielle McEwen on 53 and 54. And apparently front 9 for Missy Parkin. Might go try to take a quick rundown and see if we can IG live. All right, so be on the lookout for Instagram here momentarily. See if we can go go live on Instagram for Missy's front 9 opportunity. And I'll keep this open just for a moment so you can have the chat here. Be right back. All right, just a quick note, if you're still here, he ended up shooting 279. And now the final shot is through, down on 55 and 56. And that'll do it officially for our coverage here of round number 1 of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. So we will see you all at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern Time for round 2. For Aaron Smith, Curtis Von Kruger, our tournament staff, Tennille Milligan, Kathy Watka, and Kathy Kavicki. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you back here in a few hours for round 2. Appreciate Brand Howden, by the way, as well. It's been a presentation of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here.